Fire from the chamber, the sergeant at arms will close the doors. Members and visitors will please silence all electronic devices. Today's prayer will be offered by Representative Brian Echeverria. Members and visitors in the gallery will please stand for the prayer and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Representative Echeverria, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much. Over the years, my life and heart have been transformed by faith in the gospel of Jesus Christ. And offering this prayer with my colleagues is one of the highest and most humbling opportunities that I've ever had. And so I'm filled with gratitude. The Lord's Prayer starts with these words: Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Let us pray. Father, there is no better way and no higher pleasure than to see your kingdom come and your will be done. Give us your heart and wisdom for the decisions we have been entrusted with. God, you know everyone's needs and circumstances. So please allow the people of North Carolina to prosper, to be in good health, and come to know you better. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Gentleman from Wayne, Representative Bell, is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the journal for July 28th has been examined and found to be correct. I move to be approved as written.
Representative Bell moves that the journal for July 28th be approved as written. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The journal is approved as written. Okay, members, we're going to move into our calendar now. House Bill 193, the clerk will read.
Representatives McNeely, Purtle, Miller, and Carver, House Bill 193, a bill to be entitled Firearm Law Revisions, the General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Wayne, Representative Bell, is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House pass House Bill 193, firearm law revisions, notwithstanding the objection of the governor.
Representative Bell has moved that the House do override the veto to House Bill 193. And the gentleman from Iredell, Representative McNeely, is recognized to debate the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is just a good common sense bill that talks about your Second Amendment rights and private property rights, and I hope you'll support it. Just know that most of these children that we're talking about are also in the same church possibly on Sunday, and we allow them to pick their security team to watch over them then. Why not Monday through Friday? I hope you'll vote for it. It's a good bill.
For what purpose, the lady from Durham, Representative Moore, rise.
Thank you. To speak on the bill.
Ladies recognized to debate the motion.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we have once again a bill that encourages firearms in private schools. Children at risk of getting a firearm from a teacher. Volunteers can have firearms on these private schools. It is shown that states that have stronger firearm laws are 2.5 times more likely to have less violent crime with firearms. This is common sense. We're turning into a state of guns anywhere, anytime, by anyone. It defies common sense. It defies logic. I urge you, keep your citizens safe, keep your children in private schools safe, vote to sustain the governor's veto.
Ayes.
To speak to the bill?
Ladies recognized to debate the motion.
Mr.
Yeah.
Speaker,
Yet another gun bill
Just one
makes
second.
us unsafe.
Representative Budd, lady will suspend. Okay. What purpose, Gentleman from Columbus, Representative Jones rise.
recognize for a motion.
The gentleman may state his motion.
We'll move previous question, sir.
And Representative Jones, the chair will take that up after Representative Budd. But the lady had the floor, so the chair will give the lady back the floor to speak to the motion.
Thank you. It's yet another gun bill that removes boundaries, it removes protections, it removes common sense. It inserts more firearms into the community without any regulation, without any oversight, without any training, or any thought to the consequences that may arise if an accident should occur, if someone is misidentified, or someone doesn't know how to point and shoot with good aim, or even if they do, what if they hit someone that's not the intended? This bill does not provide anything other than tragedy. Because in the event that there is someone in a school, that volunteer dad who says, I'll sit at the front desk, I'll keep our kids safe, I don't doubt where his heart is on this. But what I do doubt is that he has the requisite amount of training, education, and experience that law enforcement has, whether they're active duty or retired. I do doubt that, and I don't want any of the children in this state to inadvertently become a victim. If there is an emergency in a private school, and there's that volunteer dad whose heart's in the right spot, guess what he doesn't have? He doesn't have access to the local law enforcement agency. He's not on their communications radio. All he knows is that someone in the school must have called 911. So his mind is going to go right to immediately what he's there for. There must be a threat within the building. And he's going to act accordingly. But what if the reason that 911 got called is because a child was choking or got stung by a bee and the EpiPen wasn't working? What if it was a child who slipped and fell and broke a bone? So now we've got emergency responders on the way. We've got lights. We've got sirens. They're on the way. Everybody knows why except the guy at the front that has the gun. So when someone comes in the front of that building and he's got his gun out, guess what first responder's not going to do if he's law enforcement? He's not going to stop and ask a question. He's not going to stop and explain. He is going to pull his own firearm, and he is going to point it, and he is going to pull the trigger. And it could be fatal. And that's a tragedy that we can avoid if we simply act with common sense and stop thinking that somehow owning a gun and possessing a gun is a God-given right from the U.S. Constitution or the North Carolina Constitution. It's not. It is not a God-given right.
Lady will suspend momentarily. Members of the gallery, there's no applause, there's no comments to be made from members of the gallery. If there's other comments, the chair's just going to clear the gallery. Again, many of you are frequent flyers and know this, but I'm assuming the person who just shouted, maybe it's your first time here and you don't understand. The purpose of this room is for the members elected by the people of the state to debate the bill. There's members on both sides of the issue. And when you try to shout them down, you're saying your voice is more important than the voice of the 11 million people of this state. And so if you have something to say, go outside and say it, or the chair's just going to clear the gallery. Please remain silent. Representative Budd, the lady continues to have the floor.
Thank you. And while I do appreciate the sentiments, I will say that as I stand here on the floor and make these comments, I understand that certain people feel differently. Certain people are very protective of a right to bear arms in the Second Amendment. But when I speak, I don't speak as a member of this House chamber just for people who think and believe like I do. I speak for the 11 million people in this state, and every one of whom deserves to be able to walk about in society, in the communities, in the schools, the movie theaters, the shopping malls, and in schools. Small, tiny church private schools. I speak for those kids too, and their parents, and their teachers, and the administrators. Nobody should be at risk of being shot or in the presence of someone pulling a firearm and pulling the trigger, because that is embedded trauma you don't get rid of. Studies have shown 1 in 4 people now 1 in 4 in the United States are victims of gun violence. They are either the one who is shot, and perhaps they die or are injured. They are present when someone is shot, whether that person is dead or is injured. They know somebody who is in the presence. Or fourth, they are in the vicinity, and they hear about it, and they themselves must take cover. 1 in 4. That math in here, just start thinking about it as we sit at our tables and we vote today, as we sit at these desks. 1 in 4, I bet every single person sitting on this House floor can identify at least one person that's been the victim of gun violence, and that may in fact have been you sitting at the desk and pressing the button today. So if you can do that, keep that in mind when you are voting with respect to this veto. Thank you.
What purpose the gentleman from Mecklenburg, Representative Brown, to rise?
My light was left on inadvertently, Mr. Speaker. I turned that off.
Yes, sir. What purpose the gentleman from Iredell, Representative McNeely, to rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to speak on the bill a second time.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the motion a second time.
All right. I feel like I just need to come back. There was a lot of hypothesis just put before us there, a lot of what ifs and could be's. The thing I do know, though, is when there is an emergency, when there is an active shooter, they're going to shut the classrooms down and lock up. So everybody's going to realize what's going on. I don't think it's going to be one person left clueless. So I think this is important to understand. What's going to happen at these schools that do not have an SRO, cannot afford an SRO? An SRO, the first year will be about $100,000 outlay because they'll have to have a vehicle, they'll have to have all their equipment, they'll have to have everything it takes to install an officer. And then from there, it'll probably be somewhere in the neighborhood of $60,000 to $70,000 a year that they'll have to come up with. And for a school of 15 kids at an AME church, I just don't see that happening. But I do see them at risk. I do see a crazy person showing up. I do see somebody coming to do harm. If you don't believe evil's not out there, just watch the news. It's out there every day. And we saw a knife stabbing in Minnesota. There was not a gun involved, but there was a crazy evil person involved. And I feel like these children are no different than any other children out there. I think they're saying, was it red, yellow, black, and white? They are all precious in his sight. Well, these children are precious, and I don't think we can take the time to wait 15, 20 minutes for somebody to get there that's going to bring a gun when we could have somebody there that already has a gun. Because that's what you're asking. You're asking for somebody to show up to help protect them when you could have somebody there that will protect them. And I'm not going to lie, this gets kind of personal to me. My wife is an office administrator at a private school of about 90 to 100 kids on average each year. And they have a fairly high tuition because they have to do the quality they do with the amount of students. There's no way that they can afford an SRO. It would cost so much more. They would not have a school. People would go elsewhere. And that's, I guess, what we're trying to do here. We're trying to force them away from a choice to where they have to go if they want protection. But I don't believe that's necessary. I believe there's people out there that are qualified, that are smart enough, that have the ability to protect these children in some way, somehow, until law enforcement does arrive on the scene. Just like first responders show up whenever somebody's hurt in a car wreck. No, they're not an EMT necessarily, but they do know how to administer first aid. They are on the scene as fast as they can get there until the people that can really do the medical procedure show up. Same principle. These people are on the scene, they're there until the professional law enforcement can show up. Some deterrent, any deterrent, maybe even the thought of a deterrent may keep somebody from doing evil. That's what right now they're sitting there and they have a big, huge bullseye on their back because they know there's nobody there. They can't be there. They'll be illegal if they are. I truly believe somebody's there already, though, whether they think they're illegal or not, because they know that there's a threat, and they're going to make sure they can do everything. This just allows good, honest people to be within the bounds of the law. remember, it's private property. They don't have to do it if they don't want to, but if they do, here's an option so that they can express their Second Amendment rights. And our Constitution is God-given, in my opinion. That's where we stand now. So that's why this bill's personal to me, because my wife could easily be one of these victims at the end of the day. And I think a lot of times we realize when we do these laws that it gets kind of personal. It really does, because we have some kind of something involved, some skin in the game, as we like to say. So yeah, I have some skin in the game. I do. And I worry about her. I worry about all the kids, whether public or private. Because until evil leaves this place, until evil leaves this world, there'll always be somebody out there wanting to do something heinous, something bad. And there's got to be somebody good on the other side of the equation to stop it. And this is the only way I understand, or I know how to let this happen. And that's why I come up with this bill. That's why we're doing what we're doing. We hope we get the most trained person available in any area, but they may not be as much as some would like, but they'll be more than what they should be, I pray. So I hope you will support this bill. I think it has a place. Someday, maybe as a state, we'll see that we'll put SRO officers in every classroom. We'll have the funding to do it. That would be awesome. But until then, we have to do the best we can with what we have. And this is using that resource. So I pray you'll stick with us and you'll vote for it, because it's a good, solid bill. And I don't want to think of us having not done this and somebody's child ends up dead, and it could have been prevented.
Representative Jones has moved the previous question on the bill. The motion is non-debatable. Question for the House is Representative Jones' motion for the previous question on the veto override to House Bill 193. All those in favor of Representative Jones' motion will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. The rule. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 71 having voted in the affirmative and 48 in the negative. The motion carries. Members, we're now back on the bill. The rules allow the majority leader and minority leader to speak for up to 3 minutes on the veto overrides. Representative Jones waives his 3 minutes. For what Representative Reeves, does the gentleman wish to speak to the bill or direct it to someone else?
Recognizing Representative Morey.
Lady from Durham, Representative Morey is recognized to speak for up to 3 minutes on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard a lot on this bill. We have two very different visions of what safety is for kids and for kids in our state, for teachers. But to have a bill that isolates private schools to be able to have guns by volunteers who are authorized or by teachers can lead to chaos. We keep talking by a good guy with a gun, a bad guy with a gun. Too many people have guns. You can't determine who it is. It makes our state, it makes our children in private schools less safe. The bill also does some other things. It does a good provision with protecting local public officials from threats that has nothing to do with guns in private schools. But also there's concern by a lot of constituents, the very last section, additional protections for shooting ranges to be placed in communities. That shooting ranges have to be a setback of 100 feet. There has to be 48 hours written notice to local government of day and nighttime operations. A lot of your constituents won't like that if suddenly a shooting range is in their neighborhood. That is irresponsible. We don't need that. This bill is simply about the safety of North Carolinians. As I said before, 2.5 times less violent gun violence if we keep our laws competent, rational, and common sense. Please sustain the governor's veto.
Question for the House is the motion that House Bill 193 become law, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. With 72 having voted in the affirmative and 48 in the negative, the motion carries, and having passed by the requisite 3/5 vote, the House has overridden the governor's veto, and the bill is sent to the Senate by special message. House Bill 318, the clerk will read.
Representatives D. Hall, Carson Smith, B. Jones, and Echeverria. House Bill 318, a bill to be entitled the Criminal Illegal Alien Enforcement Act, the General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Gentleman from Wayne, Representative Bell, is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House do pass House Bill 318, the Criminal Illegal Alien Enforcement Act, notwithstanding the objections of the governor.
The gentleman from Cabarrus, Representative Echeverria, is recognized to debate the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill was heavily debated, and it's really about community safety. House Bill 318 strengthens cooperation between local detention centers and federal immigration authorities when dealing with illegal immigrants who have committed violent crimes, including domestic violence and assault. The bill sets a 48-hour hold and mandates facility notification to ICE within 2 hours of planned release. It's a common sense bill. It's closing loopholes. It's not adding anything new, but simply closing loopholes because we have had just a few sheriffs who did not cooperate with the existing spirit of the law, and I ask for your support.
For what purpose, the lady from Durham, Representative Maury, rise.
To speak on the bill.
Ladies recognized to debate the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we have had a lot of debate on this bill because it's come up for the last couple sessions. And every time it comes up, the screw gets turned tighter. No longer does it have anything to do with the original purpose when it was first introduced about public safety. We have doubled the number of offenses that can now come under this bill. Gift card fraud, is that public safety? People that are detained for simple property crimes can now be subject to this bill. In practice, too many people have been wrongfully detained or deported by ICE because they are in a local jail unlawfully and by mistake. This has happened in North Carolina. We have had someone in North Carolina who had a work permit, was a PhD, had family and children. ICE questioned him, he was in jail, he was from Greensboro, wrongly detained. We had a bronze medalist in North Carolina, an Olympian, who was detained by ICE at an airport. He was detained for 2 hours without explanation. We have seen what is happening on our televisions with people taken off the sidewalks, put in detention by ICE, who have masks, who their own identities are hidden. We're going too far. What started out to be public safety has now become simply mass deportation. This is the wrong way to go. This violates due process rights. I encourage you to support the governor's veto.
What purpose does the gentleman from Mecklenburg, Representative Lopez, arise?
To speak to the bill.
Gentleman recognized to debate the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When this bill came before us back in April, I said all I needed to say with respect to the unconstitutional nature of this bill, to which Governor Stein noted in his veto message. I told you all that nobody in this chamber has a monopoly on safety, and I meant it then, and I mean it now. No one has a monopoly on safety. Immigrants, regardless of their status, do not inherently make our communities less safe. And when somebody commits a crime, whether they are undocumented or not, citizen or not, we have processes in place to ensure they face justice under our laws. If safety is your concern, this body has a number of options at its disposal to actually make our constituents safer. Access to housing, access to food, investing in our public schools and preventative program that engages young people inside the classroom and inside of their communities. That list goes on and on. If immigration is your concern, then we should be and can be calling on the federal government to pass comprehensive immigration reform instead of taking on the job ourselves. I know that it makes a good message for you. It gets your people riled up. Some of you have tweeted about it every single day since we left this city without passing a budget to get retweets, and that's cute. But I know, the way that you know, none of that gets us closer to building sustainably safer communities that all of our constituents would prefer. And they see right through the messaging when we run these bills. Go talk to your constituents. They see through it. Mine do. I will be voting to sustain the governor's veto, and I ask each and every one of you to do the same. Thank you.
Further discussion. For what purpose does the lady from Mecklenburg, Representative Cunningham, arise?
To speak to the bill.
Ladies recognized to debate the mission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is a new day, but I'd like to take a moment to reintroduce myself to each of you. I am ADOS, American Descendants of Slaves. I am a Black American, and I am an American. I'm going to present my case in support of House Bill 318, as it is time for my unapologetic truth to be shared with all of you. First, as a people, we need to recognize that it's not just the numbers that matter, but also where the immigrants come from and the culture they bring with them to another country. As the social scientists report, all cultures are not equal. Some immigrants come and believe they can function in isolation, refusing to adapt. They have come to our country for many reasons, but I suggest they must assimilate, adapt to the culture of the country they wish to live in. No country is going to allow people to come in and not acknowledge its constitution, legal systems, and laws. They will not tolerate it. So do you think I can go to another country and set up my own rules to live by, use the language I choose, and then tell that country that you must speak my language? That's not going to happen, nor should it. As a country, the United States has been more tolerant than most other countries. Other countries are making it much more difficult to get citizenship. We have been naive. We have been exploited and abused by the different tactics to gain citizenship in America. It's time to wake up. Global migration in the past was not projected to be as it is today. We must establish new rules to address a distinct type of migration that we are facing in our country, state, and cities. It's time to turn the conveyor belt off and adopt a global migration suitable for the times that we're in. And that is not destabilizing our communities. A large number of people entering a country can change it forever. In conclusion, let me share with you all what happens when a woman lawmaker like myself choose to move differently. Yes, I was degraded for my vote. Yes, I was called racist for my vote. And yes, I was said I was trash. However, I figured it out. They want me to stop elevating my ancestors' history. They want me to be silent in my country. They want me to line up behind their priorities while my people and communities continue to struggle in our country. Mr. Speaker.
Lady will suspend momentarily. Members, it's not a kindergarten class. I look up and I see full-grown adults, many of you senior citizens, and you're clearly trying to make noise like a young child might when they're having to sit in a classroom and listen. So please, you're not doing anything by making these noises. And the Sergeant at Arms sees the lady who just was making the noise. The Sergeant at Arms has the chair's direction to go ahead and remove the lady. Again, folks, please, we're allowing folks on both sides of this issue to speak. If you want to come down here and debate, go run for public office. Thank you. Lady continues to have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, they want me to line up behind their priorities while my people and communities continue to struggle in our country. Is this not your country? This is my country. With the good and the not so good, this is my country, 'tis of thee. Now, if you want to adapt to my country, not isolate yourself, and come here legally, I welcome you. But today, I am telling you, I am not going to be silenced by those who disagree with my ideology on the issue at hand. Because the blood of my ancestors.
Mr. Speaker.
1 second, Representative Cunningham. For what purpose is the lady from New Hanover, Representative Butler?
I feel like we're getting into personal territory and maligning the character of the members of this body.
I think the lady is speaking to the personal attacks that she received from folks outside of this body, unless I misheard what she said. And the lady is correct that it's not appropriate to talk about personal attacks of members of the body. Again, I understand her to be saying some personal things that she received from outside.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in that case, I would move the previous question.
Okay. Lady's not recognized for motion. Representative Cunningham, lady continues to have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. See, it was my ancestors who came over as slaves, built this country with a strain on their backs. They sweat pouring from their bodies in the rice fields, the cotton fields, and the tobacco farms for this country. Lived as servants and was the footstool, I said the footstool, for far too many feet to step on. So today, if you ask me to line up behind another group of people to raise awareness about their plight, I unapologetically say no. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, please accept my remarks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Columbus, Representative Jones, recognized for motion.
Move for previous question, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman has moved the previous question. All those in favor of Representative Jones's motion for the previous question will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will light machine and record the vote. 71 having voted the affirmative and 49 in the negative. The motion for a previous question carries. Representative Jones waives his 3 minutes. Representative Reeves, does the gentleman wish to speak 3 minutes or direct this to somebody else for 3 minutes? Chair sees Representative Hawkins with his light on for what it's worth. Not anymore. Not anymore.
Oh, all right. I got your back, man. Oh, I would yield to Representative Morey.
Representative Morey, the lady is recognized for up to 3 minutes to speak to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard passionate debate about this, and I'm going to be the first one to say this is not my country. This is our country. This is our country. Native Americans, African Americans, immigrants, we have all built this country. But what does this bill do? It denies that immigrants are an essential part of our community. It denies that they are our neighbors, that they are our co-workers, that they are our friends, that they are family. We all agree we want safe communities. But as we have heard, that's no longer the issue with this bill. It is scapegoating. It is scapegoating immigrants, and research has shown us that the immigrant community is less likely to commit crimes than the U.S. citizen. That is a fact. We need to work towards finding solutions, not creating divisiveness and ignoring community concerns. This is furthering an anti-immigrant agenda, no matter what the cost. And when police act as immigration agents, Witnesses or victims of crime are going to be less likely to report crime, to be protected by our communities, and forcing law enforcement to cooperate with ICE has led to racial profiling of Black, brown, and immigrant communities, with law enforcement targeting people based on appearance and not criminal behavior. This bill, if it becomes law, has serious concerns about our Fourth Amendment due process rights, and it simply is going to rip families apart and cause irreparable trauma to our friends and our immigrant community. Please vote to sustain this veto.
The question before the House is the motion that House Bill 318 become law, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 72 having voted in the affirmative and 48 in the negative. The motion carries, and having passed by the requisite 3/5 vote, the House has overridden the governor's veto, and the bill is sent to the Senate by special message. Representative Dude, does lady seek recognition? Or the lady also. House Bill 402, the clerk will read.
Representatives Chesser, Bell, Zinger, and Sheetselt, House Bill 402, a bill to be entitled Limit Rules with Substantial Financial Costs, the General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Wayne, Representative Bell, is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House pass House Bill 402, Limit Rules with Sustainable Financial Costs, notwithstanding the objections of the governor.
The gentleman has moved that the House do override the veto to House Bill 402. The gentleman from Nash, Representative Chesser, is recognized to debate the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just ask that our colleagues stand together again. We've had strong bipartisan votes on this in this chamber already. This is just giving the people what they expect from their government, which is accountability and a voice at the table when we're debating rules that are going to impact their life every day. So I ask for your support. Thank you.
What purpose does the lady from Guilford, Representative Harrison, arise?
To debate the motion.
Lady's recognized to debate the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I know you are sick of hearing me talk about this bill, but this is a really critical limitation on our state agencies' ability to protect our public health, safety, and welfare. And it's going to make it very difficult to pass any rules that are stricter than what the federal government has in place, and we know what's happening there now. So, what this bill does, the first section requires the legislative ratification of all bills with an aggregate cost as defined in the statute of $20 million over 5 years. Because it excludes the benefits of those rules, which are meant to protect us, like PFAS rules or air quality rules or DHHS rules, it will mean that it captures most rules that cover the environment and health in our rule books. It also changes the definition of substantial economic impact in a way that requires a fiscal note for most environmental rules. That will be a significant burden on the staff at DEQ without added funding to cover that work. It adds new language to our state's Administrative Procedure Act to require a ludicrously high bar for the passage of rules with a substantial financial cost. 2/3 for rules that cost over $1 million over 5 years, which, as we know, covers most rules, and unanimous vote for rules that cost $10 million over 5 years. Why is this hard? Because this body has politicized those commissions, the Environmental Management Commission, Commission on Public Health, all these commissions, taken the appointments away from the governor and politicized those appointments. So you know, in this body, getting unanimous vote is very difficult under the best of circumstances. Anytime there's the slight bit of controversy, this is going to be difficult to pass rules that are meant to protect our constituents. As I mentioned before, back in 2011, this body changed the way that rulemaking happened and made it much more difficult for these agencies to pass rules in the first place. In addition, they set up a periodical review. Every 10 years, our rules have to be reviewed. So we have a lot of rules on our books that are going to be subject to this periodical review, and they are going to possibly come off our books because they're not going to pass this higher threshold. These are rules that have been on our books for decades. I could go on. I know that last time I talked about this, I was losing you. But I do want you to understand this has a significant impact. We shouldn't take it so cavalierly. And I also wanted to add the fact that it raises constitutional concerns regarding separation of powers. I urge you to vote no on the motion. Thank you.
Gentleman from Columbus, Representative Jones, is recognized for a motion.
Move previous question, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman, having moved the previous question, Representative Reeves, Chair sees Representative Rubin's light on, but gentleman, what's the gentleman choose in terms of who speaks?
Representative Longest at this time.
The gentleman from Wake, Representative Longest, is. Oh, strike that. Chair apologizes. The question that's put before the body is the previous question. Of course, the chair will come to Representative Longest, assuming this motion carries. The question for the House is the motion for previous question on House Bill 402. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 72 having voted in the affirmative and 48 in the negative. The motion carries, and we are now back on the bill. For what purpose does the gentleman from Chatham, Representative Reeves, arise?
Actually, to recognize Representative Rubin, take our 3 minutes.
Gentleman from Wake, Representative Rubin, is recognized to debate the motion for up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I came here to serve, and I think so many of you came to serve because I believe that government should protect the general welfare. And it's not a new idea. It's in the preamble to the United States Constitution. It's an old idea. It's the foundational idea of what government is and what it should do. Now, Representative Harrison talked about how this will stop us from protecting our general welfare, because what government does and what government can do is things like protect the environment, which no one person, no one company, no one group can do, only government can do. And I have to tell you, I see this bill as a wolf in sheep's clothing. And I'll tell you why that is. It's in the name of, oh, regulations are burdensome and they cost money. And they can cost money, absolutely. But tucked into this bill is a provision that says, oh, you can never count the benefits. So when you're assessing how much a bill costs, you say, oh, what will it cost everyone to comply with this bill, even if it will ultimately save hundreds of millions of dollars in environmental damage? Even if it will save hundreds of millions of dollars by making it a better state for businesses to come to and invest in. Even if it will save hundreds of millions of dollars in wasted healthcare costs or hurt people who didn't have to get hurt in medical care because it wasn't properly regulated. The value of those under the REINS Act is zero. And that is why it is a wolf in sheep's clothing. It says it's here to cut red tape, but what it's really doing is making it so we cannot protect the general welfare in North Carolina. And that will benefit one group of people and it will hurt another. It will benefit those who have the means, it will benefit those who are wealthy, because they don't have to worry about this stuff. You can buy your way out of it. And who it will hurt are the folks who can't, the least among us, the ones who have the PFAS in their drinking water right now. There are places in this state where you cannot dig a well without it instantly having PFAS contamination. That is how bad it is. And instead of having the ability for our agencies and the governor that our people elected to combat these issues with sensible regulations, which this body, by the way, could always overrule, this bill will make it functionally impossible. These boards will never unanimously approve a rule. And in a state of 11 million people, a rule that costs more than $1 million is pretty easy to come by because it's spread out across everything. So I'd rather us protect the general welfare. That is what this bill should do. That is what we, this body, should do. We always have the ability to come in and overrule regulations that we think are wrong. We can always pass a statute to rescind it. Instead, what this will do is gridlock and red tape, and it will harm the general welfare of the people of North Carolina. We should sustain the governor's very sensible veto of this bill. Thank you.
The question before the House is the motion that House Bill 402 become law, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 73 having voted in the affirmative and 47 in the negative. The motion carries. Having passed by the requisite 3/5 vote, the House has overridden the governor's veto. The bill is sent to the Senate by special message. House Bill 549, the clerk will read.
Representatives B. Jones, Setzer, Torbett, and Kidwell. House Bill 549, a bill to be entitled Clarify Powers of State Auditor of the General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Gentleman from Maine, Representative Bell is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House pass House Bill 549, clarify powers of the state auditor, notwithstanding the objections of the governor.
Representative Bell has moved that the House do pass House Bill 45, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. The gentleman from Columbus, Representative Jones, is recognized to debate the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have debated, we have passed this bill. There's no need to go back through that again. And Mr. Speaker, while I'm up, I'd like to be recognized for a motion.
Gentleman may state his motion.
Move previous question.
Gentleman has moved the previous question on House Bill 549, and gentleman waives his 3 minutes. Representative Reeves, the chair. 1 second.
This time it's Tim Longus.
Strike that. Representative Jones has decided he would like to take for up to 3 minutes speak to this bill. The gentleman wish to speak himself or give it to somebody else?
I'll speak, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, sir.
still need to do the vote first.
I apologize. The chair
Representative
chair
Reeves,
continues to feel it's a formality, but thank you for pointing it out. Question for the House is the motion for previous question on House Bill 549. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Carver, aye. McNeely, aye. Clerk will, Representative Humphrey, aye. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 71 having voted in the affirmative and 49 in the negative. The motion carries. Now we are back on the bill. And the chair now understands Representative Jones wishes to waive his 3 minutes. Representative
Yes.
Reeves, does the chair sees Representative Longus light on? Representative Longus, the gentleman is recognized to debate the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, James Madison said in Federalist number 51, if men were angels, no government would be necessary. If angels were to govern men, neither external nor internal controls on government would be necessary. The reason that the governor vetoed this bill and the reason that you should vote against overriding it is because we elect men and not angels. This bill would dramatically expand the powers of the state auditor. Currently, the auditor is authorized to investigate agencies and state employees. This bill would empower the auditor to launch investigations into, quote, any individual, private corporation, institution, association, board, or other organization that receives, disperses, or otherwise handles state or federal funds. Who does that encompass? If you consider just entities that receive federal funds in the last calendar year, where the work to be performed takes place in the state of North Carolina, that includes 151,915 businesses, nonprofits, and other organizations. Those businesses include defense contractors. They include life sciences and pharmaceutical companies studying life-saving treatments. They include private institutions and universities like Duke and Wake Forest. They include important entities to the state like the Lumbee Tribal Enterprises. They include large software and high-tech manufacturing companies that we are trying to attract to the state. It includes many small businesses. And here's the thing. Who decides whether an entity falls under this category or not, and who decides the extent of records that this bill sweeps up or not? It's the auditor himself. No other government agent is empowered to search the records of private persons. Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair understands. I apologize, Representative Longus. I thought there was somebody down here coughing, but I understand maybe we're back to the coughing game upstairs. So,
okay.
folks. Okay. Just
Mr.
one
Speaker,
second,
do I-
Representative. Make sure everyone's okay, Representative Longus. Okay, I understand. That was her.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Here, gentleman continues to have the floor.
So here's the thing. Who decides? Who decides whether an entity is subject to this bill or not? The auditor. No other government agent is empowered to search the records of private businesses in this way. Businesses and organizations that receive federal or state funds know they are dealing with public money. They have high standards they must already adhere to in order to receive that money, and there are already strong protections against the misappropriation of federal and state funds. Those protections include prosecution for fraud. They include protections for whistleblowers and the ability of qui tam whistleblowers to report and initiate their own lawsuits to recover funds on the public's behalf if the government does not do so. They include comprehensive reporting requirements under state and federal law. When a company that regularly receives federal funds has a choice of 50 states, 49 where they know their duties and obligations are, that they can predict and plan for, and one where they would also be subject to a government official able to investigate them in his sole discretion, which one will they choose to locate to? This power is made doubly troubling by the other problem with this bill, which is the exemption of the auditor from the obligations to abide by the state's formal information technology procurement process. That process exists to ensure compliance with best practices in cybersecurity. Exempting this agency from that process will open it up to cyber attacks and put these businesses' records at risk from data breaches. And that is particularly troublesome when you consider that the auditor could potentially be responsible for handling the records of tens of thousands of businesses, including their most sensitive business records. North Carolina was recently chosen to be number one for business. Let's keep it that way by voting against overriding the governor's veto. Thank you.
The question before the House is the motion that House Bill 549 become law, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 72 having voted in the affirmative and 48 in the negative. The motion carries. Having passed by the requisite 3/5 vote, the House has overridden the governor's veto. The bill is sent to the Senate by special message. House Bill 805. Clerk will read.
Representatives in Jackson, Stevens, and Balcom, House Bill 805, a bill to be entitled Prevent Sexual Exploitation, Women and Minors, the General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Gentleman from Wayne, Representative Bell, is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House pass House Bill 805, prevent sexual exploitation of women and minors, notwithstanding the objections of the governor.
The gentleman has moved that the House do override the veto to House Bill 805, notwithstanding the objections of the governor, and the gentleman from Moore, Representative Jackson, is recognized to debate the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to ask my colleagues to support the override of veto HB 805, which is crucial for protecting the safety, the dignity, the mental well-being of girls in North Carolina by ensuring their right to privacy in vulnerable spaces like hotel rooms during school-sponsored overnight trips. The bill also promotes transparency by empowering parents to review and appeal age-inappropriate materials in school libraries. It fosters open dialogue between educators and communities. I urge my colleagues to override veto of HB 805 to safeguard our daughters and support survivors and uphold fairness and accountability in our schools.
Gentleman from Columbus, Representative Jones, recognized for a motion.
Move to previous question.
Gentleman has moved the previous question. The motion is not debatable, and we'll go ahead and vote on it this time. Question for the House is the motion for previous question to House Bill 805. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 72 having voted in the affirmative and 48 in the negative. The motion carries. We're now back on the bill. Representative Jones waives his time. Representative Reeves, who's the gentleman wish to have speak for 3 minutes?
Representative Budd.
Lady from Mecklenburg, Representative Budd, is recognized to debate the motion for up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. Actually, not really. This bill unanimously passed the House in the beginning, and it was bipartisan. Man, woman, gay, straight, queer, Republican, Democrat, Libertarian, Independent. Everybody liked it, everybody voted for it, and everyone supported it because it did one thing. It protected women and children and everybody else from internet pornography predators. It empowered, it uplifted, and it actively supported and protected victims of internet pornography predators. The Senate took it, they warped it, wrapping it in culture war policies, and they sent it back to the House with a smile. The vote to concur and now this vote to override the governor's veto is overtly manipulative. To be voting on it today is sad in the form that it is being presented to us in. History will judge us, and it will not judge us kindly with respect to this bill. When we leave here with our careers as public servants, we need to remember one thing. Nobody is going to remember what someone else particularly said on the House floor in a debate. What they are going to do is remember whether or not their elected representative did a good thing or a bad thing. Was their life better or was it worse because of what was put before us that we voted on? It is difficult when you come into this Instagram echo chamber because you become important. We are often told, you are special, you can do something, you can fix something, you can make my life better. And we have to uphold that responsibility 110% every day. And sometimes that means standing up for what's right, not what somebody else wants or has asked us to do. And in this case, what's right is to uphold the governor's veto and say, you know what, this was a clean bill that went over to the Senate. It uplifted, it empowered, it protected, and it supported victims of internet pornography predators. And now we are being asked to vote on a bill that doesn't do that. It talks about all of the divisive culture war issues just about that don't bring us together and don't make people's lives better. When we decide we're going to legislate based on our personal morality, it's not that I disrespect the personal opinions or positions from where some of my colleagues come from. I respect that those are opinions, those are beliefs, they're principles and the values, and for some they are very deeply held, and I respect that, even if I don't agree with it. And I know most of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle feel the same way. But when we decide we are going to legislate based on our personal morality, we have to understand two things happen. One, it demonstrates a profound lack of respect for someone else who has a differing set of principles and values. And it also, the collateral damage is it is demonstrably cruel. That's what happens when we allow ourselves to be manipulated, when we send a clean bill that does good things for victims of internet pornography, and we come back to something that doesn't represent what we sent over. And then we're told, you need to vote to uphold or override on a veto. That is not public service when we allow ourselves to be manipulated on that level. I think as you hit the button today, keep that in mind. This is only one of many of the bills. And it's not going to be the last time that somebody works across the aisle to develop a really solid policy to protect people that doesn't hurt or harm anyone.
The lady's time has more than expired, Representative Budd. The
Thank you.
question before the House is the motion that House Bill 805 become law, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 72 having voted the affirmative and 48 in the negative. The motion carries, and having passed by the requisite 3/5 vote, the House has overridden the governor's veto, and the bill is sent to the Senate by special message. Thank you for being with us. Members, now we have a number of Senate bills that have been sent over, so we need to go ahead and have those read in. Mr. Clerk, we ready for that? Messages from the Senate. Clerk will read.
Mr. Speaker, it is ordered that a message be sent to the House of Representatives with the information that the Senate has passed Senate Bill 266, ratified an act to eliminate the interim date for carbon reduction by certain electric public utilities, to allow an alternative cost recovery mechanism for the financing costs of the construction work in progress for baseload electric generating facilities, to modify the statutes governing cost recovery for fuel-related charges and performance-based rate making, and to codify a provisional authorizing secularization of costs for retirement of coal-fired generating units, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. Pursuant to Article 2, Section 22 of the North Carolina Constitution, the bill, together with the objections and verb message, are hereby delivered to your honorable body for reconsideration. Respectfully, Sarah Holland, Principal Clerk. Governor Josh Stein, objections and veto message. Senate Bill 266, an act to eliminate the interim date for carbon reduction by certain electric public utilities, to allow an alternative cost recovery mechanism for the financing cost of construction work in progress for baseload electric generating facilities, to modify the statutes governing cost recovery for fuel-related charges and performance-based rate making, and to codify a provision authorizing the secularization of costs for retirement of coal-fired generating units. This summer's record heat and soaring utility bills have shown that we need to focus on lowering utility costs for working families, not raising them. And as our state continues to grow, we need to diversify our energy portfolio so that we are not overly reliant on natural gas and its volatile fuel markets. Recent independent analysis of Senate Bill 266 showed that this bill could cost North Carolina ratepayers up to $23 billion through 2050 due to higher fuel costs. This bill not only makes everyone's utility bills more expensive, but it also shifts the cost of electricity from large industrial users onto the backs of regular people. Families will pay more so that the industry pays less. Additionally, this bill will walk back our state's commitment to reduce carbon emissions, sending the wrong signal to businesses that want to be part of our clean energy economy. My job is to do everything in my power to lower costs and to grow the economy. This bill fails that test. Therefore, I veto the bill. Josh Stein, Governor.
Members of the House will be at ease for about 30 seconds to give the clerk time to get that on the dashboard. And the clerk may continue.
Special message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, it's ordered that a message be sent to the House of Representatives with the information that the Senate has passed Senate Bill 416, ratified an act to enact the Personal Privacy Protection Act, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. Pursuant to Article 2, Section 22 of the North Carolina Constitution, the bill, together with the objections and veto message, are hereby delivered to your honorable body for reconsideration. Respectfully, Sarah Holland, Principal Clerk. From the Office of the Governor, Governor Josh Stein's objections and veto message. Senate Bill 416, an act to enact the Personal Privacy Protections Act. Our democracy works best when people are well informed. This bill reduces transparency and creates more opportunity for dark money in our politics, especially relating to candidates' legal funds. Furthermore, it makes it difficult and impossible for the Department of Revenue to identify and crack down on certain types of tax fraud. Therefore, I veto the bill. Josh Stein, Governor.
Added to today's calendar, the clerk will continue.
Special message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, it is ordered that a message be sent to the House of Representatives with the information that the Senate has passed Senate Bill 254, ratified an act to amend charter school laws, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. Pursuant to Article 2, Section 22 of the North Carolina Constitution, the bill, together with the objections and veto message, are hereby delivered by your honorable body for reconsideration. Respectfully, Sarah Holland, Principal Clerk. From the Office of the Governor, Governor Josh Stein's objections and veto message. Senate Bill 254, an act to amend charter school laws. Senate Bill 254 is an unconstitutional infringement on the authority of the State Board of Education and the Superintendent of Public Instruction. Additionally, it weakens accountability of charter schools when every North Carolina student deserves excellent public schools, whether traditional or charter. Therefore, I veto the bill. Josh Stein, Governor.
And members, while the clerk Reads those in. Oh, sorry, that bill will be added to today's calendar as well. Chair understands a number of members stepped out to use the restroom, so we'll be at ease again for about 30 seconds, and then when we come back in about 30 seconds, we'll go ahead and deal with these Senate bills on the veto override. So House will be at ease just for about 30 seconds. Order, members. Members, we're going to go down to the bills that were just added to the calendar. For what purpose does the gentleman from Gaston, strike that, the gentleman does not wish to be recognized. And the chair would ask members to come back into the chamber. The chair would hate to see anybody miss a vote on veto override. Members, we'll go down to the bills that were added to today's calendar from the Senate. Mr. Clerk, Senate Bill 266. The clerk will read.
Senators Moffett, Daniel Britt, Senate Bill 266, a bill to be entitled, An Act to Eliminate the Interim Date for Carbon Reduction by Certain Electric Public Utilities to allow an alternative cost recovery mechanism for the financing costs of construction work in progress for baseload electric generating facilities, to modify the statutes governing cost recovery for fuel-related charges and performance-based rate making, and to codify a provision authorizing secularization of costs for retirement of coal-fired generating units. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Gentleman from Wayne, Representative Bell, is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House pass Senate Bill 266, the Power Bill Reduction Act, notwithstanding the objections of the governor.
Representative Bell has moved that the House do pass Senate Bill 266, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. The gentleman from Columbus, strike that, members. The gentleman from Union, Representative Arp, is recognized to debate the motion.
Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, we've had a great debate on this bill. We have a good vote. Senate Bill 266, the Power Bill Reduction Act, is about one thing: saving all consumers and ratepayers money on their electric bills from what otherwise they would pay without this bill. According to the nonpartisan public staff, this bill will save ratepayers $13 billion. Over 13 major consumer and electric groups support this bill. You will hear about special interest groups who don't like this bill create numbers to dispute this savings, changing the cost modeling to the highest natural gas prices and keeping all other energy costs the same, something that even the governor's previous utility commission didn't even do. I urge you to support this and help our ratepayers save money on their electricity.
Gentleman from Columbus, Representative Jones is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move the previous question.
Gentleman has moved the previous question. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 72 having voted in the affirmative and 48 in the negative. The motion carries. We are now back on the bill. Representative Jones waives his 3 minutes. Representative Reeves is this to Representative, who's it? I see, Chair sees Representative Hawkins and Representative Harrison on this matter. Now I only see Representative Harrison.
Representative Harrison.
The lady from Guilford, Representative Harrison, is recognized to debate the motion for up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this bill does 3 things. It removes the heavily negotiated carbon reduction goal of 50% by 2030 that this body voted for 4 years ago in House Bill 951. It reinstates QIP, which adds a surcharge to ratepayers that they will never be reimbursed for plants that may never get built. And it increases bills for ratepayers. How does this do this? So first, to the removing of the carbon goal. Our planet is on fire. Look at the flooding we had in Chapel Hill 2 weeks ago, $50 million worth of damage in a simple rain event. Look at Helene. Look what happened in Texas. All of our hurricanes, 1,000-year events happening every year. We have got to reduce our dependence on carbon and reduce our reduce carbon emissions. I have heard that scientists have agreed that if we cannot reduce our carbon emissions by 50% by 2030, we will never attain the 100% by 2050, even if this body decides to keep that 100% reduction goal, which looks unlikely. It renews QIP, as I said, so now this has been a failed experiment in multiple states. South Carolina, $9 billion for a plant that never got constructed. It's going to raise customer service, our residential customers' bills. So the Representative Arp didn't go into this, but the Utilities Commission did a study for the Senate that indicated that there might be a $13 billion reduction in residential bills, but they did not include the volatile price of gas. And in fact, recent studies done indicated that it would be a $23 billion rate increase on ratepayers. This bill that we're passing today will be a $23 billion rate increase on our ratepayers, our constituents. In addition, we've created 130,000 clean energy jobs because of our renewable energy investments in this state, and this will eliminate that and may eliminate as many as 50,000 more clean energy jobs. There is also a potential rate increase, I believe, of $19 billion that came from another study, so these aren't just made up numbers. And another thing this bill will do will result in a shortfall of needed power generation of as much as 12 gigawatts. Understand that China right now is going to be eating our lunch. They are building 1 gigawatt of solar energy every 8 hours. And we right now are number 2 in installed solar capacity. We have a giant economy built on our clean energy. So all this bill is going to do is hurt us and increase rates on our ratepayer constituents. I encourage you to vote no on this veto override.
The question before the House is the motion that Senate Bill 266 become law, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Representative Shepard. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 74 having voted the affirmative and 46 in the negative. Having passed, the motion carries. Having passed by the requisite 3/5 vote, the House has overridden the governor's veto. The bill becomes law, notwithstanding the governor's objections. The Senate is notified by special message. Senate Bill 416. The clerk will read.
Senators Daniel, Hayes, Moffitt, Senate Bill 416, a bill to be entitled, an act to enact the Personal Privacy Protection Act, the General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Gentleman from Wayne, Representative Bell, is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House pass Senate Bill 416, Personal Privacy Protection Act, notwithstanding the objections of the governor.
Representative Bell has moved that the House do override the veto to Senate Bill 416. And the gentleman from Wake, Representative Sheetzel, is recognized to debate the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill came before the body last month, passed with a bipartisan majority. This is a bill that protects First, 14th Amendment right to association and helps the state comply with some of the decisions of the United States Supreme Court in recent years. Ask for your green vote. Thank you.
The gentleman from Columbus, Representative Jones, is recognized for a motion.
Move the previous question.
Gentleman's moved the previous question. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 71 having the affirmative and 49 in the negative. The motion carries, and we are now on the bill. Representative Jones waives his 3 minutes. Representative Reeves, who's the gentleman wish to direct his 3 minutes to on Senate Bill 416, Personal Privacy Protection Act? Chair sees Representative Butler's light on.
Yes.
Lady from New Hanover, Representative Butler, is recognized to debate the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I'm here to support the governor's veto of Senate Bill 416. And I'd ask you to think very seriously about doing the same. This bill on its face seems kind of harmless. I remember when I saw it the first time, I'm like, gosh, that's something about donor privacy. That seems like a good idea. But when you look at it, if you look closely, it's really a threat to transparency, public trust, and in fact, clean government. Because here's what it really does. It makes it illegal for state or local government employees to collect or release information about who is donating money to nonprofit organizations, even when those organizations are trying to influence our politics, our courts, and our elections. That means if someone is secretly giving large sums of money to a group to sway the outcome of an election, for example, we may never know about it. That's so dangerous. Let me give you a real-life example. In 2024, we had a high-profile race, you all remember it, for the North Carolina Supreme Court between Justice Allison Riggs and her opponent, Justice Jefferson Griffin. After the election, we learned that Griffin had a legal expense fund, a kind of account used to pay lawyers for election lawsuits. And that is okay. That's permitted. But thanks to current transparency rules, we discovered that one of his donors was another sitting judge on North Carolina's Court of Appeals. Now think about that. That is not okay. It is a textbook conflict of interest. It is law school lesson number 101. And let it sink in. One judge donated to help another judge change the outcome of an election and cases that he could conceivably sit on in judgment. So, a judge to overturn 65,000 legally cast votes paid into this legal defense fund. If Senate Bill 416 had been the law then, we would never have known that. It's just not right. Voters deserve to know who's trying to influence our elections and our courts. That's what accountability looks like. Let's look at it, though, because we both have these types of organizations. 501c3 nonprofits that influence laws, litigation, elections, public opinion. On the conservative side, we have the Federalist Society. You've heard of them. They shape judicial nominations and legal philosophy. The Alliance Defending Freedom, another conservative organization, targets LGBTQ folks. The Liberty Counsel challenges public school policies. And fairly, on the left side, the Brennan Center for Justice advocates for voting rights and campaign finance reform. Planned Parenthood, Southern Poverty Law Center, we both have these organizations, but we need to know who is contributing to all of them. I'm not here to criticize them for the organizations for the work they do, but I'm here to say that when donors of these powerful groups are influencing policy, elections, or the courts, the public has a right to know who is behind the curtain. So Senate Bill 416 says you don't get to know who's funding the legal fights that affect your vote. You don't get to know who's influencing your judges. You don't get to know who's behind the curtain. Y'all, that's not privacy. That's secrecy. And when secrecy creeps into our politics, we know for a fact that corruption is not far behind.
The question before the House is the motion that Senate Bill 416 become law, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will light the machine and record the vote. 74 having voted in the affirmative and 46 in the negative. The motion carries. Having passed by the requisite 3/5 vote, the House has overridden the governor's veto. The bill becomes law. Notwithstanding the governor's veto, the Senate is notified by special message. Good to see you. Senate Bill 254. The clerk will read.
Senators Daniel, Britt, B. Newton, Senate Bill 254, a bill to be entitled, an act to amend charter school laws, the General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Gentleman from Wayne, Representative Bell, is recognized for motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House pass Senate Bill 254, charter school changes, notwithstanding the objections of the governor.
Representative Bell has moved that the House do pass Senate Bill 254, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. And the gentleman from Union, Representative Willis, is recognized to debate the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, we've talked about charter school and the review board, the role and responsibilities that it has in regards to charter schools and the public school board here in North Carolina. I won't go too far into this other than it just continues to clarify the role and responsibilities and the oversight and the rulemaking process for this charter school review board. We ask for your support for this bill. Undoubtedly, there will be a question about the constitutionality of this, so I'll address that up front and remind everybody that the State Board of Education does control the final say on this through the appellate process, and therefore we ask you for your support for this bill. Thank you.
The gentleman from Columbus, Representative Jones, is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move previous question.
The gentleman's moved the previous question, the question before the House. Representative Jones' motion for the previous question on Senate Bill 254. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will light machine and record the vote. 71 having voted the affirmative and 47 in the negative. The motion carries. Representative Jones waives his 3 minutes. Representative Reeves, Chair sees Representative Von Hafen's light on. Who's the gentleman wish to speak for up to 3 minutes on Senate Bill 254, charter schools changes?
I would like for Representative Von Hafen to argue on this. I do have a point of privilege under Rule 8 that I'd like to address at some point.
Do you gentlemen want to address that now or after this one?
I'd be happy to address it now.
Gentleman may go ahead and state his point of privilege.
Well, thank you. And what I would say is this, is that if you look under Rule 8, Questions of Privilege, it says the rights of the House collectively for the dignity and integrity of its proceedings, and talks about rights and reputation and conduct of members. One of the things that we just talked to some of the folks in the gallery about rightfully is that they weren't elected to speak. And so interrupting their ability, the ability of anybody to debate either side of the bill, would be inappropriate. And we do understand that. What I would note is that on these vetoes, I think debate's been very controlled. I don't think we've had anybody go really long. In fact, most have ended. I think we only had one go past, start going past the 3 minutes. And even though I can appreciate the thought process that there's been debate on the bills, things of that sort, I would note, at least for some of our members, there are some issues that have come up that they have now recognized that maybe they did not recognize at the time they voted, that they would like to discuss and be able to point out. And so I would like, for the integrity of the body and for the integrity of this process, for us to consider not calling a question on every single solitary debate before the debate even really gets going. I understand folks are ready to go. We're getting through these pretty fast. Again, I don't think anybody's trying to debate for a long time, but I do think people want to be able to express it, especially on some of these bills that would be deemed controversial, and especially some of these bills where there's going to be a social media post out about them probably in the next 5 minutes that they'd like to explain why they're taking the positions they're taking and be heard in that matter. And I think that that is not asking a lot, and I think if debate goes long, great. We understand. Don't necessarily agree, but I understand. But at this point, people going no more than 2 minutes, I don't think is quite called for the impatience that we've seen today. Thank you.
And Representative Reason, the chair certainly understands the gentleman's sentiment. And of course, the chair would respond with all of these bills have been through both chambers, multiple committees, and just about every one of them. Many of them have been debated for months. They've passed both chambers of this body. So the issues are well defined. There's also a lot out in the public on these bills. The gentleman mentioned social media posts, quite a bit out there about these bills. They've been matters of public concern. Additionally, the chair, as chair always does, has not really limited the members to the 3-minute mark, and the chair's allowed a couple of times the folks on the Democratic side to go probably beyond 4 minutes or even 5 minutes. So again, chair understands the gentleman, his position, and the chair just simply wanted to respond with the chair's position. And the gentleman wishes for Representative Von Hafen to have the lady from Wake, Representative Von Hafen is recognized to debate the motion for up to 3 minutes.
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. Before we move to that, I'd like to point out that it does not appear my vote was recorded on the motion to call the question. I wanted to make sure it was recorded as a no.
Was the lady in the chamber? Representative Budd, was the lady was in the chamber?
Yes.
Okay, and the lady wanted to be a yes on that?
I would like to be a no on that. Thank you.
So order, Mr. Clerk. The lady from Wake, Representative Von Hafen, is recognized to debate the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand before you today to voice strong opposition to Senate Bill 254, a bill that fundamentally undermines our constitutional framework for public education and threatens the democratic accountability that North Carolina families deserve. Let me be clear about what this bill actually does. Senate Bill 254 doesn't strengthen our schools. It strips powers from democratically elected officials and hands it to unaccountable, industry-connected charter school review board. Now, you know I like to quote the North Carolina Constitution in this chamber, and I'm going to do it again today because the Constitution is unambiguous on this issue. Article 9, Section 5 establishes that the State Board of Education, quote, shall supervise and administer the free public school system and the educational funds provided for its support, and shall make all needed rules and regulations in relation thereto. Article 9, Section 4 of the North Carolina Constitution designates the superintendent of public instruction as, quote, the secretary and chief administrative officer of the State Board of Education. Yet this bill brazenly violates these constitutional mandates and current case law by transferring rulemaking authority away from the state board, removing oversight of federal funding in violation of federal law, usurping the superintendent's authority over charter schools, and delegating supervision of low-performing schools to a non-constitutional body. Anytime we are passing legislation regarding public schools, we should always ask the question, the fundamental question, does this bill help students? In this case, does this bill improve educational outcomes? No, it creates bureaucratic confusion. 2, does it increase stability for families? No, it actually allows charter schools to relocate within a 10-mile radius without approval, forcing families to potentially travel 10 miles away to reach a school that they chose for their children. 3, does it enhance transparency for families, which we hear a lot about in this chamber? No, it actually eliminates requirements for struggling charter schools to develop improvement plans with parental input. And 3, does it strengthen accountability? No, it removes democratically elected officials from oversight and replaces them with industry insiders. This bill is not about educational reform, it's about power. It's about taking authority away from officials who answer to voters and giving it to a board dominated by charter school industry insiders. It's about creating yet another constitutional challenge that will waste taxpayer money on litigation while our students wait for real solutions. Every student in North Carolina, whether they attend a traditional public school or a charter school, deserve oversight from officials they and their families can hold accountable at the ballot box. They deserve consistency, transparency, and constitutional governance. The State Board of Education chair, the vice chair, and the superintendent have made their concerns crystal clear. Senate Bill 254 is not a serious attempt at education reform. It is an attack on democratic governance and constitutional authority. It prioritizes political maneuvering over student welfare and industry connections over public accountability. I urge my colleagues to stand with our Constitution, stand with accountability, and stand with the students and families who deserve better than this cynical attempt to undermine public education governance. Our students deserve and our Constitution demands nothing less.
The question before the House is the motion that Senate Bill 254 become law, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will like machine to record the vote. 74 having voted the affirmative and 46 in the negative. The motion carries. Having passed by the requisite 3/5 vote, the House has overridden the governor's veto. The bill becomes law, notwithstanding the governor's objections. The Senate is notified by special message. Members, the chair is going to go ahead and take up at least one courtesy of the gallery today, a special one recognizing a former sergeant at arms here with us, of course, being Malachi McCullough, who recently passed away. And the chair understands some members of Mr. McCullough's family are here with us today, and so the chair wants to go ahead and do that out of respect for them, so that we can go ahead and not make them sit here any longer than they have to. Chair understands Representative Robertson is going to handle this. So upon motion of Representative Robertson of Wake County, the chair is happy to, strike that. Members, actually, before we do that, we need to deal with the petitions, memorials, or papers addressed to the House, and then the chair will recognize the gentleman to speak to his what's probably a point of personal privilege. Petitions, memorials, or papers addressed to the General Assembly or to the House. Clerk will read.
The McCullough family, God has two dwellings, one in heaven and the other in meek and thankful heart. Sir Isaac Walton. Dear members of the North Carolina House of Representatives, with humble heartfelt full of gratitude, we extend our sincerest appreciation to the Sergeant at Arms, officers, representatives, and members of the North Carolina General Assembly for the overwhelming kindness shown to our beloved Malachi McCullough Jr. and our family during this time of illness and passing. The heartfelt prayers offered by Representative Abe Jones and the recognition from Representative Dante Pittman on May 1, 2025, brought Malachi great joy. From his hospital bed, he watched the tribute multiple times, smiling and giving a thumbs up each time. It was a moment of deep honor and encouragement for him and a source of comfort for our family. We are especially thankful to Speaker Hall and the entire House for making that moment possible. The visits to his bedside, the proclamation, the presentation of the flag, and your presence and Representative James Robertson's and Sergeant at Arms Thomas Terry's remarks at his homegoing service on May 12, 2025, were all powerful gestures of compassion. They warmed our hearts and reminded us of how deeply Malachi was loved and respected in the halls of the General Assembly. Malachi treasured his service as Assistant Sergeant at Arms. He cherished the friendships, the duties, and the pride he took in working alongside each of you. That role became one of the greatest honors of his life, and we believe he sealed it in his heart as a final keepsake. While grief is never easy, your love, prayers, visits, and unwavering support have lightened our burden and lifted our spirit. The McCullough family is forever grateful for your thoughtfulness. Your kindness has left an indelible mark on our hearts. Respectfully submitted, Mrs. Jacqueline McCullough and family.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And a number of members want to speak to the point of privilege, but Chair will go ahead and recognize Representative Robertson. The gentleman is recognized to speak to a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a day of celebration for Malachi. Back in 2021, he welcomed me with open arms. And as I come through this door, when we have session, it's hard for me to imagine that he's no longer with us. But I know he's with us in spirit. For those of you that may not know, through my conversations with Malachi, he was a man of integrity. He was a champion for agriculture, especially working on behalf of our socially disadvantaged farmers. He was a product of one of our beloved HBCUs, Bevel State University. We often had conversations about our HBCUs. Later to find out that he was my fraternity brother, a member of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated. And he conducted himself as such because of his passion and commitment to community. We'll be forever grateful. I talked about certain values, or one of the values that Malachi possessed, but there are many values. Love, kindness, respect, compassion, and once again, integrity. To the family, he will always have a place here, and he will always be etched in the halls of the North Carolina General Assembly. He will always be etched in this chamber. And you are now a part of our extended family. Please know that our thoughts and prayers continue to be with you. We love you, we support you, and we appreciate you sharing Malachi with us over the years. Many blessings to the family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Robertson. And the chair would also say, well, before we get to that, for what purpose, the gentleman from Wake, Representative Jones Rice.
Just to speak to the matter briefly.
The gentleman's recognized for a point of personal privilege.
I knew Malachi before I ever came here, and he was a good man. And I guess all I want to add to what I said previously is that, taking words from Shakespeare, his life was gentle, and the elements mixed in him so that nature can stand up and say to all the world, this was a man. Thank you.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Wayne, Representative Bell, rise.
Point of personal privilege.
Gentleman's recognized for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members and family. There's 120 of us elected to serve in this body, but there's so much more that goes into making this chamber operate, whether it be the central staff, whether it be partisan staff, whether it be our Surgeon at Arms, our clerk's office. There's a huge extended family outside of the elected body, and Malachi was one of those very important extended family members. As you can see by debates today, days get long, debates can get heated, a lot of passion, a lot of emotion. But I will tell you, regardless of the issue, regardless of the time, early morning or late at night, whenever you hit that door, I could always look up and see two things. Malachi would always greet you with a great big smile and a kind word. And you will never know how much that means to each one of us to just get that simple gesture of a smile and a kind word after a very stressful day. He will be missed by many in this building and beyond.
Further discussion or debate, members? Seeing none, members of the family chair would also note, I think Malachi had been a sergeant at arms most of the time that I've been a member here, and all of these folks, they serve here for a long time. It seems like I feel like many of them have been here a long time, and they become a family, and we sort of become a family with them as well. They're always professional, and Malachi exemplified that to a T. And not only that, like most of them, he always had a smile on his face when you came in, and sometimes it's easy not to have a smile on your face when you're walking in here, but he always had a kind word and a smile on his face, and was a fine man, and I can tell you very well respected by everybody in this body. So we appreciate you being here today to let us honor you and Malachi's legacy. And again, I know I speak for all the members of the body when I say if there's anything at all any of us can do to help with anything, we're always here. Feel free to give us a call. Members, upon motion of the gentleman from Wake, Representative Robertson, the chair is happy to extend the courtesies of the gallery to the family of Malachi McCullough Jr., the former Assistant Sergeant at Arms, and to recognize their gratitude for the outpouring of grief and support from the General Assembly community. Thank you all for being with us today. Members, the House is going to go at ease for 30 minutes here momentarily. And purpose of that will be, number one, members can have a break, and if you need to go get something to eat real quick. And two, for the chair to sort out schedule for the rest of the day. Chair will speak with Representative Reeves about the plan for the rest of today. But the chair anticipates having votes potentially as late as this afternoon, and the chair also anticipates having votes tomorrow as well, and that's recorded 4 votes, but chair will speak with Representative Reeves and give some specifics. Just 1 second. The other courtesies of the gallery, in case we have folks here today, and Chair understands some of these folks may be gone at this point, but we'll go ahead and take them up. Upon motion of the members from Union County, Representatives Brody, Arp, and Willis, the Chair is happy to extend the courtesies of the gallery to Clancy Balcom and Kim, who is his wife, and he is a Union County Commissioner. If you will stand with us today. Thank you for being with us today. Upon motion of Representative Reeder from Pitt County, the chair is happy to extend the courtesies of the gallery to his parents, Herb and Joan Reeder, who are, again, the parents of Representative Reeder, and they're visiting us today all the way from Ohio Representative Reeder's mom and dad, are you in here today? If you will stand. You raised a fine young man. Thank you for being with us today. Upon motion of Representative Strickland of Johnston County, the chair is happy to extend the courtesies of the gallery to Kaylin Ramby. And Kaylin is the 2025 salutatorian for Princeton High School and the proud recipient for the Johnston County Republican Women's Scholarship. Kaylin will enter UNC Chapel Hill this fall as is on track to go to UNC Law School. Kaylin, if you will stand so we can recognize you today. Okay, Chair understands from Representative Strickland that she may have left, so when she comes back, we'll recognize her again. Members, upon motion of Representative Robertson of Wake County, the chair is happy to extend the courtesies of the gallery to Crystal Smith for her work as a community advocate in Wake County. Ms. Crystal Smith, are you here with us today? If you will, please stand if you're still with us. Thank you for being with us today. And members, there are a number of honorary pages the chair is appointing today, and the chair will go ahead and recognize. The chair is pleased to appoint the following honorary pages for today. Anna Beatty of Iredell County on behalf of Representative McNeely. She is also the niece of Representative Humphrey. If you will, please stand when I call your name. Jalen Tebron of Franklin County on behalf of Representative Winslow. Ava and Ray Doster of Guilford County on behalf of Representative Laura Budd. Natalia Deshpande of Wake County on behalf of Representative Cervania. Mary Evans and Palmer Jackson of Wake County on behalf of Representative Bell. Pages, we're glad to have you here with us today. And members, if you will, join me in welcoming these honorary pages to be with us today. Thank y'all. Okay, members, we're going to go ahead, and the House is going to be at ease. Chair's looking at the calendar, and Chair will call on Representative Crawford. Chair's thinking probably 11:30 for the body to come back in. But for what purpose does the lady from Wake, Representative Crawford, arise?
For a quick announcement.
Please recognize for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome all of you and invite all of you to come to the House District 66 and Senate District 18 art show by the Boys and Girls Club in Wake County. It will be from 12 to 2. You can drop by and cast your vote for your People's Choice Award of these young artists from across the county who will have their art displayed in room 1224. That's the Longleaf Pine Room, 1224 from 12 to 2. Provided we're not in here voting.
Further notices or announcements, members, before the House goes at ease until 11:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Seeing none, the House is now at ease until 11:30 a.m. The chair will give just a moment for members to get back into the chamber because several folks are outside the chamber, so we'll just be these for about 30 seconds. But if you're within earshot of my voice and you're a member of the State House, now's the time to come back in here. The House will come back to order. We're going to take up a few bills that are ready. Chair's been waiting on some amendments to come in. The chair understands many of those amendments are ready, and there are some amendments that are not ready. So the chair anticipates taking up what we can now, then having a lunch break with adequate time for members to go get something to eat, and coming back in to take up whatever's remaining at that point, which may end up just being the adjournment resolution. Mr. Clerk, we'll begin with the local bills for concurrence on second reading. House Bill 305, the clerk will read.
Representative Bluss, House Bill 305, a bill to be entitled Guilford County Sales Tax Distribution Modifications. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Guilford, Representative Bluss, is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House do concur with the Senate changes to the bill.
The gentleman has moved that the House do concur with the Senate Committee substitute to House Bill 305, and the gentleman has the floor to debate the motion.
Thank you. This bill left as a little simple, little beautiful bill, and the Senate, in its wisdom, added some provisions to it, but I don't know of any opposition to it. I think it passed the Senate unanimously. I think the Senate had worked out with the chairman of the Guilford County Commissioners the changes. Guilford County their commissioners have called for a referendum on a 1/4-cent sales tax on the ballot, I think, in November 2026. And what's been added are some provisions that deal with the use of those funds if the referendum passes. There is some opposition back home from one of the towns because some restrictions were placed upon that, but we can look at that in the future. None of that matters a bit if the tax doesn't pass on the ballot. So the only thing certain on here is that the little town of Stokesdale will get some sales tax no matter what happens. So I urge you to vote green.
For what purpose does the lady from Guilford, Representative Harrison?
To briefly debate the motion.
Ladies recognized to debate the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just a reminder on the first part of the bill, this was a situation where our statute gives you two options on distributing sales tax. One of which is if you have an ad valorem tax, then the revenues from the sales tax are distributed in accordance with the breakdown there. And Stokesdale does not have an ad valorem tax, and the other communities in Guilford County do. It will result in a pretty significant reduction in revenues to the county and to the other municipalities in Guilford County. I appreciate the referendum on the sales tax. It improves the bill, but I think it still has problems, and I'll be voting no. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Guilford, Representative Quick, arise?
To debate the bill.
The gentleman is recognized to debate the motion.
This bill, when we voted on it the first time, we actually voted it down here in the House, the Stokesdale provision. But when it went over to the Senate, I won't say that the Senate made any bill better, but I will say there was a favorable alteration to the bill that would incline that I would vote for the bill now, and I would ask your support, notwithstanding what my colleague Representative Harrison has said, which is absolutely positively true, and the reason that we voted it down in this chamber the first time. But now with the opportunity to get some sales tax money into the hands of Guilford County schools, our fire departments, and Guilford Technical Community College, I would urge you to vote for the bill. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Beaufort, Representative Kidwell, arise?
Question for the bill sponsor.
Representative Bluss, does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
He yields.
Representative Bluss, I've read through the bill as quickly as I could here for the changes that were made by the Senate. Can you assure me, based on what you've read in this, that there are no tax increases specifically? It's just an allocation of the tax, should it be approved by referendum?
there will be a 1/4 cent addition to the sales tax in Guilford if the voters approve the referendum. So the bill doesn't raise taxes. The referendum's already going to be on the ballot by law, and this will only deal with the allocation of that money should that vote be favorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question for the House is the motion that the House do concur with the Senate Committee Substitute to House Bill 305 on its Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 95 having voted in the affirmative and 20 in the negative. The House has concurred with the Senate Committee Substitute to House Bill 305 on its second reading, and the bill will remain on the calendar. Senate Bill 214, the clerk will read.
Senator Sawrey, Senate Bill 214, a bill to be entitled Various Local Boundaries, the General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Who's carrying this bill? Representative Campbell is the gentleman handling the various local boundaries bill. Are there any surveyors in the body who would like to handle the bill? Gentleman Cabarrus, Representative Campbell is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll improv this.
And strike that. Representative Campbell, the chair apologizes. This is a second reading of the bill. So the gentleman's recognized to debate the bill on second reading. The gentleman may continue.
Thank you. This is just a few communities with some requested zoning and annexation changes. My portion is a small part. I can speak to that. It was 2 parcels of a satellite annexation over a decade ago that have yet to receive full benefits from the city that requested to be de-annexed. There are other municipalities there as well if anyone else wants to speak on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the lady of New Hanover, Representative Butler, rise?
To speak on the bill.
And he's recognized to debate the bill.
Friends, you'll remember this is a bill that came through finance. Well, it's an amalgam of things at this point, but the one point that I have to talk about is the manner in which we're doing de-annexation. If you sit on finance or rules or any committee, really, you know that we're doing it in a haphazard way. There is no fact-finding, there is no discovery about whether or not certain parcels are receiving services. We're doing it all wrong. We're the only state in the country that does it this way. And to that end, in the Finance Committee, there was formed several weeks ago a subcommittee to study the issue of de-annexation to find a better way to do it, because this should not be our burden, friends. We don't know whether or not a tiny parcel has services or under what circumstances they were annexed, and so it's the wrong way to do it. I think we should vote this bill down, give the subcommittee the time to do their work, to make recommendations, to put forward bipartisan legislation that'll fix the way we handle these issues. This parcel right here is right in the middle of Southport. The town council is opposed to it. They came and they spoke in committee. We're doing it wrong. There's room for improvement. We know that's to be the case. Let's not do this right now. Let's make the recommendations and fix it and not do this any longer. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate? Saying none, the question before the House is the passage of the House Committee Substitute number 2 to Senate Bill 214 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. And 45 in the negative. The House Committee Substitute number 2 to Senate Bill 214, having passed its second reading, will remain on the calendar. House Bill 8, clerk will read.
Representative Warren, House Bill 8, a bill to be entitled NC Managing Environmental Waste Act of 2025, the General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Row Ann, Representative Warren, is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the sake of the freshmen, I'll do a little history on this. This bill was actually passed by the House in the 2019-2020 legislature, a vote of 116 to 1. They went to the Senate. They didn't act on it. We passed it again the next biennium, 21-22. It passed 117 to 0 out of the House. And this current year, last session, it passed 116 to 1 and went to the Senate, not to be acted on again. We made one or two small changes to the bill this year. It deleted a $50,000 appropriation to the collaboratory to study the issue of food service, but it does not remove the study. It adds a new section that was actually a new definition, which simply is defined as a beneficial use determination that allows folks to apply to DEQ for. Other than that, it's and we change the dates, of course, like we do every 2 years. But this year, the bill has the backing of Piedmont Promise, so we got a little help with stakeholders in moving the bill. I'd appreciate your support to move the bill forward again this year, and I stand ready for any question.
What purpose does the lady from Guilford, Representative Harrison, arise?
To briefly debate the bill.
Ladies recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I want to thank Representative Warren for his tireless leadership and tenacity on this issue. Getting rid of single-use plastic where we can is really important. I'd like to give you a few fun facts or not so fun facts about plastics. Over 50% of the plastics produced globally is single-use, and most of it ends up in landfills. 79% of plastic that has ever been made is currently sitting in a landfill. At least 14 million tons of plastic end up in our oceans every year. And they're based primarily from petrochemicals, and most types of single-use plastic are not recyclable. By 2050, there will be more plastic in the ocean than fish. All of us in this chamber are consuming 1 credit card worth of plastic every week, and most of us have microplastics floating around in our brains, creating inflammation. This is a big problem, and I appreciate Representative Warren's leadership. Please vote yes.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the passage of the House Committee Substitute to House Bill 8 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 116 having voted in the affirmative and 1 in the negative. The House Committee Substitute to House Bill 8 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question for the House is the passage of the House Committee Substitute to House Bill 8 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the House Committee Substitute to House Bill 8, having passed its third reading, will be ordered sent to the Senate. Representative Belk, does the lady wish to change her vote to aye?
I certainly do.
So
Thank you,
order.
Mr. Speaker.
So order, Mr. Clerk. House Bill 1015, the clerk will read.
Representative Bell, House Bill 1015, a bill to be entitled General Assembly Appointments. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Here soon, we want to go ahead and take up the amendment.
Yes, sir.
Representative Bell be recognized to send forth an amendment. The clerk will read.
Representative Bell moves to amend the bill.
The gentleman from Wayne, Representative Bell, is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, this amendment simply adds more appointments to the bill and asks for your support.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 107 having voted the affirmative and 11 in the negative. The amendment is adopted. We're now back on the bill. Representative Bell, the gentleman is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an appointments bill. It makes technical corrections to the last appointments bill, which was Senate Bill 770. It fills vacancies that have occurred since we were last in session and makes new appointments to newly created boards, and I ask for your support.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question for the House is the passage of House Bill 1015 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Representative Wheatley, lady wish to be recorded. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 104 having voted the affirmative and 14 in the negative. House Bill 1015 having passed its second reading without objection. Be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Next before the House is the passage of House Bill 1015 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1015, having passed its third reading, will be ordered engrossed and sent to the Senate via special message. Senate Bill 55. The clerk will read.
Senators Lee, Bergen, and Barnes, Senate Bill 55, a bill to be entitled Expedited Removal of an Unauthorized Persons. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Lady from Davie, Representative Howard, is recognized to debate Senate Bill 55.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the squatters bill that we passed almost unanimously out of this chamber and sent it over to the Senate, and in their wisdom, they messed it up and added a provision that had nothing to do with the squatter provision. So we have found a new vehicle to run the provision in, and it is nothing in this provision except the squatters bill with 2 technical corrections that has, neither of them has any impact on the actual context of the bill. So I would ask for your support for Senate Bill 55, which is the squatters bill.
For what purpose does the lady from Mecklenburg, Representative Cunningham, arise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to speak in reference to the Senate Bill 55.
Ladies recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you. Representative Howard, I would be remiss to let this bypass me. I am so grateful that we found a vehicle for a clean squatters bill. So there's no reason in here that anybody should not vote for this squatters bill. It's a good bill. We want to make sure when people come into our properties and are not authorized to be there, that we have a procedure in place that these people can legally be removed and we can regain our property rights and our property without interference. So thank you, Representative Howard. That's all I got to say, and please support this bill.
For what purpose does the lady from Durham, Representative Moore, arise?
Speak on the bill.
Please recognize to debate the bill.
Thank you, and thank you, Representative Howard. I understand why this bill is coming in to be debated, and it is frustration that sometimes the courts take too long, but I do have concerns that when we expedite a process, sometimes due process rights are put in jeopardy. What this calls for is an affidavit. People can put anything in an affidavit. Just like an indictment, you can indict a ham sandwich, they say. So I am reluctant to support this without more assurances that what is in the indictment are the truth. There is such a tight time frame on this, 48 hours after service. These people can be removed after 4 hours when the magistrate looks at this. I'm just worried there can be mistakes and there could be some irreparable harm. Happy to work with you on it. If we could look at some of these time things and ensure a little more due process, probably by a district court judge instead of a magistrate. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the passage of the House Committee Substitute Senate Bill 55 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 109 having voted the affirmative and 9 in the negative. The House Committee Substitute Senate Bill 55 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
What purpose, the lady from Mecklenburg, Representative Carney Rice?
I'd like to have my vote changed to a yes on 55.
Lady will be so recorded as yes on the second reading of Senate Bill 55. Request for the House is the passage of the House Committee Substitute Senate Bill 55 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the House Committee Substitute Senate Bill 55, having passed its third reading, will be ordered sent to the Senate via special message. Okay, members, that's it for this portion of session. Chair anticipates when we come back that adjournment resolution being finalized. Hopefully, Chair will give, it's almost 12:30, so we'll come back. The House is going to be at ease until 1:30. We'll come back in at 1:30, and of course, we're working with the Senate. They've got to do an adjournment resolution as well. The Chair understands they're coming back in at 1:30. So come back in at 1:30, and that should be a relatively quick session, Chair imagines, so folks can go eat for the next hour and come back in here at 1:30 p.m. Any notices or announcements? For what purpose does the gentleman from Gaston, Representative Torben, rise?
Just remind members there are tomato sandwiches outside as you go to the bridge, and they are delicious.
So noted. 1 second, members. Gentleman from Columbus, Representative Jones, is recognized for an announcement. Just 1 second. Hold on, members. 1 second. Let's make sure everybody's on the same page. Gentleman's recognized.
Republicans, we will caucus at 2 in 1228.
Further notices or announcements? Seeing none, like that. The gentleman from Chatham, Representative Reeves, is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats, we will caucus after session, not right now. Go eat. But after session, we will be caucusing.
What purpose does the gentleman from Durham, Representative Hawkins, rise?
Inquiry of the chair.
Gentleman's recognized for an inquiry of the chair.
Mr. Chairman, I think you said that we will be at ease until 1:30, and then there's a Republican caucus at 2. So I just wanted to make sure that I shared that with you so that if you need to revise anything. And
So Chair anticipates our 1:30 p.m. session to be fairly quick. And so I imagine y'all's caucus will probably end up being about the same time at 2 p.m. I think right now it looks like just the adjournment resolution, but that's being worked out now. So 1:30 p.m. session, and then 2 o'clock caucus for the Republicans, and understand the Democrats are going to caucus right after session, which probably will be about 2 o'clock. Further notices or announcements? Seeing none, the chair declares the House at ease until 1:30 p.m. today. Chair will give a moment for members to get back into the chamber. If you're outside the chamber, members, if you will, come in. Sergeant Arms wants to open the door and tell people to come back in. That'd be great too. Be at ease just for a second while members get back into the chamber. Okay, it appears to the chair that a sufficient number of members are in here for us to do business. So with that, members, we're going to go ahead and take up our adjournment resolution. However, note that we will have a voting session tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, chair anticipates no later than 10:30, and chair will update the body here in just a moment about the exact time, trying to coordinate that with the folks across the hallway. So I'm sure we'll get a resolution on that sometime in the coming 6 months or so. We'll see what happens. Just hang tight. With that said, we'll go ahead and take up the adjournment resolution. Mr. Clerk, Senate Joint Resolution 772, clerk will read.
Senator Rabin, a Senate joint resolution entitled 772, adjournment resolution. The Senate resolves, the House concurring.
And the gentleman wants to go ahead and take up the amendment. Yes, sir. Mr. Clerk, Representative Bell is recognized. Send forth an amendment. Clerk will read.
Representative Bell moves to amend the resolution.
Gentleman from Wayne, Representative Bell is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, this amendment navigates through some of the negotiations back and forth with the Senate. Basically, it removes our ability to do policy bills in August, and then adds a flexibility to do the policy bills in September, but also works around the Jewish holiday. So I ask for your support.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment. For what purpose, the Lady of New Hanover, Representative Butler, rise?
To debate the bill.
Ladies recognized to debate the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, are we on the amendment or on the bill itself?
We're on the amendment.
I'm sorry.
I'll come back to you. Further discussion or debate on the amendment. Seeing none, the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Representative Shepard, gentleman wish to be recorded. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 116 having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. The amendment is adopted. We're now back on the bill. The gentleman from Wayne, Representative Bell, is recognized to debate the joint resolution.
Thank you, members. This is a joint resolution adjourning the 2025 regular session of the General Assembly to a date certain and with limited matters. The dates are clearly spelled out here so everybody knows when we'll come back, and I ask for your support.
For what purpose, the Lady of New Hanover, Representative Butler, rise.
Now to debate the bill.
Ladies recognized to debate the joint resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, North Carolina expects better of us. They expect one thing from us, and that is to pass a budget. And here we are. We're not doing that, and we're folding our cards and we're going home. I think that's bad policy. I think it's bad governance. We ought to roll up our sleeves. We ought to reinvent the art of compromise, put a budget forward for all of North Carolina, vote it up, vote it down, and then go home. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate on the joint resolution? Seeing none, the question for the House is the adoption of the House Committee substitute to Senate Joint Resolution 772 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 70 having voted the affirmative and 45 in the negative. The House Committee substitute Senate Joint Resolution 772 having passed its second reading and without objection be read a third time.
The Senate resolves, the House concurring.
Question for the House is the passage of the House Committee substitute to Senate Joint Resolution 772 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the House Committee substitute to Senate Joint Resolution 772 having passed its third reading be ordered sent to the Senate. Members, as Chair said, we will have a voting session tomorrow, at which point we will take up a budget adjustment bill. That bill, I think the Chair understands, is either been heard in the Senate or being heard this afternoon. It's a conference report, so you can look at their calendar and take a look at what's in it. If you members will give the chair just a second, I'll tell you our time, but while we're doing the time we're going to meet tomorrow, while we're doing that, are there any notices or announcements? For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hanover, Representative Davis, arise?
For an announcement.
Gentleman's recognized for an announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the House Judiciary 1 Committee, we'll be meeting 15 minutes after session tomorrow. We have one bill to hear. That's House Bill 958, which the election law changes. So hopefully everybody will be there promptly and we'll get it over with so everybody get home. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Columbus, Representative Jones, rise?
For an announcement.
Gentleman's recognized for an announcement.
Republicans, just a reminder, so as soon as we leave session, we will gather around for caucus in 1228.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Guilford, Representative Bluster, rise?
Point of personal privilege.
Gentleman's recognized for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. I once heard motivational and success expert Zig Ziglar say, on a clear day, you can only see the stars from the bottom of a deep pit. And sometimes, just when things around you look the darkest, that's when God might be about to show you some of the most amazing revelations. And I had an experience recently that I was recalling this because somehow I blew out my back and the pain was so intense that I was reduced to doing nothing but spending all day in pain on the couch, waiting with trepidation for having to get up and stand because the pain went all the way down my left leg. And then after getting an MRI and deciding they were going to operate, the insurance company wanted to say, we don't approve this. You're going to have to get 6 weeks of therapy. And I absolutely was to the point that I don't think I could have made it 6 more weeks. I just was reduced, and now that it's over, I'm thankful because I really got to see in a tangible way how small I really am. And I think that goes for anybody. Anything you think you have, health, wealth, position, power, can be gone in an instant. And I realize all I really have in life is what God has blessed me with. And I have been very lucky and very blessed, and I'm now more thankful for what I do have than ever before in my life. Just to be able to sit here without pain, just to be able to enjoy a meal, to be able to stand and walk down the hallway, it is just incredibly good. And I didn't really understand fully what I had until it was taken away and I could just lay there day after day. So in a way, I'm thankful that this happened now that it's over, and I dread it coming back. And I would say something else I heard Zig Ziglar once say. He said, well, let me tell you something, and this is profound. You're going to be dead a whole lot longer than you're going to be alive. And someday something's going to happen to you, and you can't be truly happy or truly successful until you know what's going to become of you just after that heart beats its final tick. And I have really realized the truth of that, and now that I'm 71 and somewhat broken down physically, I hope to make some kind of a comeback, but I realize the end, I'm much closer to the end than the beginning. I'm just thankful for that revelations, and I'm thankful for the chance to serve the people and to get to serve with all of y'all in this body. I am truly thankful for it, and I'm thankful to be back, and I appreciate the prayers of everyone who said a prayer for me, because I believe wholeheartedly it works. And I thank everyone. Bye.
Representative Bluss, we're glad you're feeling better and glad to have you back. For what purpose does the gentleman of New Hanover, Representative Davis, rise?
Announcement.
Gentleman's recognized for an announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry if I wasn't clear before. The elections, the Judiciary 1 committee meeting will be 15 minutes after session tomorrow, not today. And the PCS, I've asked for that to be sent out to all the committee members this afternoon. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentleman from Chatham, Representative Reeves, rise?
For an announcement.
Gentleman's recognized for an announcement.
Just a reminder, Democrats will be caucusing right after session. I think there may be a brief meeting that's going to be announced, but that's going to be a very brief meeting. So Democrats, if we can head on the caucus that are not involved in the committee, they'll be meeting. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentleman from Wayne, Representative Bell, rise?
For an announcement.
Gentleman's recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Rules Committee will have a extremely brief meeting right here around the desk immediately after session. So if you're in the Rules Committee, please come to the desk. We're going to have a very short meeting, and then we'll be adjourned.
Members, on the adjournment resolution that we just took up, need to handle a procedural matter for the clerk on that. Mr. Clerk, Senate Joint Resolution 772 will be sent to the Senate unengrossed. It will be sent to the Senate via special message. Further notices or announcements? Seeing none, the gentleman from Wayne, Representative Bell, is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House to now adjourn to reconvene Wednesday, July 30th at 10:30 a.m., subject to the standard stipulations set forth in Rule 15.1.
Representative Bell moves, seconded by Representative Jones, that the House do now adjourn to reconvene Wednesday, July 30th at 10:30 a.m., subject to the standard stipulations set forth in Rule 15.1. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the House is now adjourned.